Okay, let's come to order, please. Monroe Circuit Court. Okay, we'll do the transported individuals first. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ryan Carnahan for sentencing. It's one where they want to say this. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Ryan Carnahan, 22 CR 0054. Are you Ryan Carnahan? You're here today for the purpose of sentencing. Have you read the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole?
Yes.
Is it substantially correct?
Yes.
Is there any corrections? Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced?
No.
Okay, you need to have a seat right over there, sir, and we have a victim statement. That one of the victims would come forward, man.
Eric is an oldest child and had close mom. He lived next door to me and we worked together at Stitches. When I first went back, I sat in the car and cried. Then when I went in here, I started crying again. I really was expecting him to be there, but I knew he wasn't. I missed quite a bit of work because it's really hard to go in some days. I hope to see a direct fan outside and the belongings that I have. And most days are unbearable. But I'm raising 6 wonderful kids on my own and keep me busy. No matter what Ryan's sentence is, to me, it's not going to be good enough because this is my son. But I'm at the point, this has to get to resolve. Or something has to be done because no matter what happens, my son Eric isn't coming back. And I am, however, at ease with what was done at mediation. I hope the court sees fit that Ryan Carnahan gets what is recommended. No parent, sibling, or other family shouldn't have to go through something like this. This is the worst pain I've ever felt, and I know this firsthand because I took care of my mother and was holding her when she took her last breath in 2012. Then I lost my husband and I was by his side when he took his last breath in 2016. Both have me thinking, it doesn't get any worse than that. But what was our wrong? Losing Eric trucks both, and I love my mom and husband very much. And it hurt bad, but not like this. This hurt beyond anything I could have ever dreamed of. I wouldn't wish anything like it upon my worst enemy. I just want everyone to know what a great person Eric was. He helped anyone he could. As a matter of fact, he was on his way to help his friend's mother fix her tankless water heater the day he was killed. His baby sister won't ever hear him say Bubby's baby when he comes over. And my son Tanner lost his kayaking buddy. My son Dakota not only lost his brother, but his best friend. He will never get that back. I will never get to life and enjoy my son ever again. And that never goes away.
Amen. Well, my condolences to you, man. You come back up here. Upon a plea of DUI suspended first aggravating circumstance, you shall receive 30 days in jail, pay a $100 fine. Upon a plea of guilty to failure to have insurance as required, you pay a $100 fine. Upon plea of guilty to operating under the influence of alcohol or some other substance, you will pay a $200 fine. Upon plea of guilty to manslaughter, second degree, you shall receive a sentence of 10 years, serve an additional 9 months from May 23rd for a total incarceration of 570 days. The balance of the 10-year sentence shall be probated for 5 years. The defendant shall receive credit for time served. Once the incarceration is finished, the defendant shall maintain gainful employment, minimum 30 hour or 30 hours of public service per week. Any and all evidence, in this case shall be destroyed. Okay, she shall remain in the custody of the jail. You have anything you'd like to say?
Terrible story. Terrible accident. I hope everybody finds peace. Comfort to it. This past year, they don't know what happened.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. You can go. Brittany Carnes. Commonwealth Kentucky University, Brittany Carnes. 21 CR 0085. Are you Brittany Carnes? Born in 1996. Last four digits of social security number 1313. You're here today with a review. What do you have?
Your Honor, this Carnes was sentenced.
You need to speak up some.
Yes, Your Honor. This Carnes was sentenced to probation. At that time, the court had amended the plea to require him to enter into the treatment program. We have assessed Ms. Carnes and found her eligible to enter into Liberty Place, which is 6 to 9 month program. Due to the results of the assessments, Ms. Carnes is, of course, a high need as far as what her treatment needs are. Which is the reason why we have assessed her for a 6 to 9 month program that will not allow her to work. Because of that, she would not be able to begin paying the restitution in this case until after she completed the program. It is not a program that will allow her to work. It's a DOC program that does not allow employment until completion. I believe that Mr. Shelby had some concerns as far as when she could start paying the restitution that he wanted to address.
Mr. Stockton, come around.
Yes,
Y'all move to the left. Let Mr. Stockton have the podium.
I guess I'm being difficult in this case. I guess sometimes that's what they pay. But, you know, this case originated in November of 2019. And it originated because Ms. Carnes stole $1,000 off her employer. And because of COVID, and because she was in prison, because of the drug habit, not 1 penny has been paid for the restitution. And I just think it's probably improper for her to go another without paying. And that's my point on this. But at some point in time, you have to get a job.
Well, here's why.
Restitution.
I can't hear you when you're not here.
You know,
Are you suggesting that they find a rehab that will allow her to work?
yes, or at least a short term or something, because I don't know what more rehab she needs. She's been in prison. You know, it's like she needs, she can get outpatient, but it's going straight to rehab. And putting off the restitution of this big.
Okay,
Your Honor, if I may explain a little bit.
get behind the microphone, it would be good.
When we drafted the plea, or when Mr. Shelby drafted the plea for Ms. Carnes, it was known at that time that once she was released from incarceration, that there was a SOC assessment pending through probation and parole for her to be accepted treatment. Ms. Carnes, her treatment needs are significant due to the manner of use as well as the substance that she was using. The type of program that we have assessed her for is the same type of program, potentially even the exact same program that she would have been assessed for had the SSC been able to do the assess. The plea was contemplated that she would begin paying restitution either 30 days after release from custody or 30 days after she completed treatment. We could potentially assess her for another program. We cannot guarantee that probation and parole will not send her to a more significant program like the one we were set for when she is released.
What's probation and parole have to say about this?
Your Honor,
You want to come up here? Y'all move to the left.
Your Honor, we can assess her. I don't know what they do our programs. We have a lot of different inpatient rehab programs. Could be potentially, she could be placed into an ARC setting where it's 1 to 3 phases and could be anywhere from 90 to 120 days. So they are shorter than they were, but she could be assessed to go to a 6-month inpatient rehab as well. So I don't know.
What about any of these allow her to work and start paying her restitution?
I think the ARC program do allow you to work.
Okay, well, let's have her evaluated for one of those, to see if we can get her in ones where she started. We'll take a look at this. If you can get one that's agreeable to the Commonwealth, I'll sign an agreed order to do that. If not, we'll review this case again on the July 20th. Okay, thank you very much. Jeremy Hall. Commonwealth versus Jeremy Hall. 23 CR 0019. I understand that you wish to enter a guilty plea, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is this gonna be a diversion or a felony plea? Okay, a motion has been filed, sir, that says you wish to enter a plea today, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given?
Your Honor.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? Are you the same person that's named in indictment 23 CR 0019?
Yes.
Okay. Is your judgment impaired in any way today?
No.
Have you discussed this matter with your attorney, reviewed the evidence?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today.
Yes.
You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. Before I can accept the plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one make you say anything, right to speed trial, but jury, right to be represented, counsel at your jury trial, right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call or testify against you, the right to produce evidence, the right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance, the right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and the right to require the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges. Once you understand that by entering a plea of guilty today, you give up those rights. Do you understand that?
Yes.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence allowed by law. I don't have to accept it prior to accepting the recommendation all the way to pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea and proceed to trial. Mr. Stockton will come around and state what the recommendation is.
Mr. Hall, please guilty to controlled substance, first degree, receive a sentence of 3 years, probated for 5 years, supervised. Guilty of first excess statement by all recommendations, the Commonwealth has he should receive credit for time served, to be released today with the plea of the court. He should obtain name conforming to the minimum criteria in the 76 week. All evidence in this case is exposed. The case where there was 4 people in the vehicle and
So you'll release him before sentence?
I have no objection to the court.
Okay. Is that your understanding of the Commonwealth's offer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anyone offered you anything in exchange for this plea? Pleading guilty because you are guilty and for no other reason?
Yes.
Knowing your constitutional rights, explain to us that still your desire to give up those rights, enter a plea of guilty to the charges, allow the court to fix your punishment.
Yes.
Okay. Is that your signature on the document?
Yes.
You understand that any future felony convictions could result in an enhanced range of penalty under persistent felony offender law?
Yes.
Okay, I will accept the plea, order pre-sentence investigation report, schedule your sentencing for the 20th. You'll meet with the probation parole officer over there. What kind of bond was he previously under?
And I believe that we had
You need to speak up.
But I believe that we currently have a surety bond. Last week, Mr. Hall was mistakenly released from the Barron County Detention Center. After his hold in Barron County was lifted, Mr. Hall did contact me immediately after his release. I think there may have been a mistake and we worked together to get him back into custody on that day. I do believe that Mr. Hall has demonstrated.
What kind of bond was he under? Is what I asked. Okay, well, I'll let him have the same bond. Somebody needs to make the bond. Okay, for his appearance here, July 20, you need to, when probation and parole, when will you, going to wait till he gets out and come see you or what?
Your Honor, he's on probation through ICOX, and he's actually on case load with Franklin office. I think he was in Allen County. He just recently had a PSI done. So I think I'm gonna go talk to him. I think everything should be up to date for that. As long as he reports to the probation office in Allen County Police.
Well, how recently was the pre-sentence investigation?
Within the last 2 to 3 weeks, maybe.
He's been incarcerated since then?
Yes, sir.
The Commonwealth,
PSI was assigned to an officer in office on June 6th. So.
has it been returned?
Been
finished?
I'm not sure if it's been returned.
Why don't you check, see if it has, we might sentence him today.
Okay.
Okay,
And if we don't judge at 15,000, surety, not at 15.
wait just a second, come back around here. You said it was a 15,000 surety, not 1,500. Good try, good try. Yeah, so it'll be a $15,000 surety, what's the story? Where do you want him to go? I need to direct him.
Your Honor, if he's released, he'll need to report to the Franklin office, to his officer, that supervises him there.
The same day when you're released, and you'll be back here for your sentencing on July 20th. Okay, thank you. Devon Howard. Commonwealth versus Devon Howard. 23 CR 0022 and 18 CR 00173. On 22, we're here on a pretrial conference. And on 173, we're here on a probation revocation. Are you Devon Howard?
Yes.
Born in 1994.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits of your social security 1172.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you move to the left here. Mr. Stockton, what do you have here?
I made the offer of doing this deal some more time, so I'm going to go through.
What about the probation revocation?
Well, I've made an offer of prison time, which the basis and then charge the education, they're going to set them off.
Your Honor, we were just asking for one negotiation conference and pre-call conference to discuss her.
What's the date?
July 6th, 9 o'clock.
July 6th, 9 a.m. Next court date, July 20th.
Yeah.
Yeah, is he present? Name? Robert. Right. You don't, no. No. He's been in custody since then. We've been sentencing. Yeah, well, we're just holding. Is he on the county dime between now and then or the state dime? Well, let's bring it out sentencing. Okay. Mr. Stockton, the PSI on, I guess it was Mr. Hall, is that right? It was done 2 days ago, so if you have no objection, we'll bring him back out sentencing. Okay. Brian Roberts, Commonwealth versus Brian Roberts, 23 CR 0006.
John Gardner, the Commonwealth.
Where's Mr. Roberts?
He's in custody, Your Honor. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's what I couldn't find. You hear it? He can.
Commonwealth Kentucky versus Brian Roberts, 23 CR 0006. Are you Brian Roberts?
Yes, sir.
Born in 1992.
Yes, sir.
Last 4 digits, social security number 7584.
Yes, sir.
We're here on a pretrial conference. What do you have?
Your Honor, I think I've received the file from Mr. Stockton's office, the discovery has been provided. I think it was all for communicated to Mr. Cross, and I think we need a pre-trial conference. It's my first opinion.
I think so. I suggest that Mr. Gardner, he would be the pre-living on this, which is very enlightening. So I think that would be written. I think what'll happen is how it's John Gardner.
July. You want to set your own, we'll be back here on July 20th.
I know it's bad that we lose the Jack today. If we make that always.
No. We have to set a different day. I'm not going to make the county pay for him another month because you got a conflict. Not going to do it. We'll accommodate you in some way.
Appreciate that.
And I've got a trial set that day, like.
He can't be.
Under special prosecution, and somebody's coming over on my office, so I can tell you.
If you don't reach a settlement, we can do a Zoom appearance for you, Mr. Cross. Are you gonna be out of county or out of state or? Yeah, well, you can get on Zoom and we can set a trial date. So y'all do any negotiation between now and then, and if you reach an impasse, call me. We'll set a trial date before then, okay? If not, his next appearance will be the 20th, to either enter a plea or have a trial date. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, the only other thing I have on docket is on my time, and I am trying to grab the release. Don't release.
Is he in custody?
No, but I'm saying that, that's when it's subject to speech, don't put their paperwork.
Do you have anything else? Do you have anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What do you want to say about Simon Baker? That'll be fine.
I should have that paperwork.
Simon Baker here.
No, he is available to be online, but he's in Missouri.
Okay, I'll mark him off. Okay, we'll get Wendell Jones. Commonwealth versus Wendell Jones. Commonwealth versus Wendell Jones, 23 CR 00011. Are you Wendell Jones? You born in 1965. Last four digits, social security number 1451. Last four digits of your social security number 1451. Okay, you're here today for sentencing. Have you seen the report of probation parole, pre-sentence investigation report? Have you seen the pre-sentence investigation report? Is everything substantially correct? Is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today? On a plea of guilty to failure to comply with sex offender registration, he shall receive 1 year to serve. Upon a plea of guilty to possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, 1 year. These sentences are to run concurrently for a total of 1 year. The defendant agrees to forfeit the firearm to be disposed of according to law by the Thomasville Police Department. You know, let me tell you something. When you get out, you need to register with this report that you're supposed to file on a sex offender. You have to register. And if you have any weapons on you in the future, any guns on you in the future, we'll let a jury decide what they do to you. And I don't think that'll be good for you. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. Thank you very much. Pardon? I'll waive the court cost. Well, wait, what is the court cost? $220. You pay $30 a month. First payment would be in 30 days after he gets out of jail. Okay. Jesus Padilla. Are you the interpreter? Would you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear or affirm that you're qualified to do interpretations in the law and the courts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky and do so faithfully. Thank you. Commonwealth versus Jesus Padilla, 22 CR 00080. Mr. Padilla, you were born in 1982. What are the last four digits of your social security number? Okay. This is a motion to enter a guilty plea today. Is this a felony plea?
I apologize. We really wanted to ask if we could continue this sometime next month. Our translator was out of the country after the last month. She is now back as of yesterday afternoon, and she will be available for negotiations in July to get the paperwork done.
That special day or?
Yeah, let me tell you, this fella is a state prisoner.
Well, he may have a pink on the motion.
Does he have a PNN?
I think I did have.
Okay. Well, I just want to tell you, the citizens of Monroe County deserve as much consideration as anyone else does, because your translator might not be here in the future. You need to get another translator because they have to pay, was it $40 a day now? How much is it, jailer, that they charge us a day? $30 a day, you know. There'd be a lot of money between $1,000, $1,500, $1,200. You know, it's a lot to the citizens here, and they don't need to be paying it if he's ready to enter a plea. So you want to schedule a special day, Mr. Stockton? Is that what you said? When will your?
I spoke with her yesterday, and I do know that she is available on our negotiation day on the 6th.
Well, you have her go over the plea documents, and we'll try to. Where are we next week?
No,
Well,
it's bar.
yeah, the bar convention's next week. Well,
He won't be available.
yeah, I'll be in trial. Okay, well, you set a date for a plea as soon as you get through with the documents, okay? Are you an AOC interpreter, or, because you don't need for me to sign anything, right?
Yes, I just,
Okay, do you have any other cases here today?
I don't believe so.
Okay, if you'll approach with your document.
Just said it's one more.
Huh?
It's one more.
You do have one more. What is it? Maria. Okay, I'll get to your next case. I'll get to your next case just as soon as we can. I've got 3 more transported, then I'll get into the out of custody cases. Commonwealth Kentucky versus Jason Pitcock. Jason Pitcock. This is a pretrial conference. 22 CR 0030. Are you Jason Pitcock? Born in 1982. Last 4 digits, social security number 2853.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what do we have here? Mr. Stockton?
We do want another picture, Your Honor, and there is a motion on one of the.
What's he charged with? Set for July 20th. German Serrano. German Serrano. Commonwealth Kentucky versus German Serrano. Good morning. 22 CR 0059. Mr. Serrano, were you born in 1974? That's 4 digits, social security number 8896. This is a motion for shock probation. You want to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we filed this motion on this case specifically, it's a DUI for advance, Mr. Toronto, expressed that he does have an interest in getting treatment for that. Toronto is also being held currently on an older Monroe County case that he was revoked on, he is not currently eligible for that. He does come up for parole, I believe, closer to the beginning of this coming year. I would ask this time asking for Mr. Toronto to be shot on this case, so that we can move that parole eligibility up and see if we are able to get him to a treatment program upon release.
You want to come around?
Currently, 21 CR 29, 10 years since the birth of his day. No motion for child preserved by 1 minute, so he's gonna make parole. And 22 CR 59, that's 2 years on the DUI for. I was at 15 years on the say it out as part of the plea, and not agree to do 2 years on DUI for. And at that time, like the Commonwealth was opposed to probation and shock probation because it wasn't being right. So Mr. Toronto is no stranger to the system. Because of the seriousness of the crime, the DVI court only supposed to shock probation. And all we're doing is playing games with pro eligibility day anyway. That's my opinion.
Your Honor, what I can say is that Mr. Serrano has expressed a very long history of addiction issues related to alcohol.
Well, I understand addiction, but I also understand driving once, twice, second time, third time, fourth time. And I'm not going to agree to shock probate him, especially when in the intervening time he's stealing stuff. So I'm going to deny his motion for shock probation. Marlon Stout. I don't have a Marlon Stout. Somebody check on that. Pull the file.
I believe he's been held in Warren County.
Being held in Warren County.
Yes, sir. There was.
There was a transportation order done for it to bring him here from Warren County.
Which is.
I never received one. Could you check?
No, we're going to have to. This is the case because this is the point we're dealing with code thing that relates to stuff with the kids. The code thing has BPA, Mr. Stout has never appeared with the attorney. This is like his third court sentence in total. And I've been wanting to get a trial date for both of them because.
What happened to the transportation order?
There was one that, there was a thing that. He was on his, the distribution, so I'm receiving the problem.
Well, I mean, somebody needs to distribute it to the jailer.
County, but code thing down there. Because
Yeah.
I want to discuss-
That's 2 weeks from now, though. I think that's what we ought to do.
That's fine.
Go get him. You need a copy of the transportation order, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, let's go to the out of custody docket. Mr. Broderick, you just have one case,
Yes, sir.
Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Miller.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller's here.
Jeffrey Miller, come around. Are there co-defendants in this case?
No.
Commonwealth versus Jeffrey Miller, 21 CR 0094. Are you Jeffrey Miller?
That's fine.
Okay, were you born in 1965? Last 4 digits of your social security number 1975. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We're asking for a file.
What's the charge?
This is the charge of trafficking. This is the one we have the suppression hearing on. You overrule the motion to suppress, Mr. Robert filed with the notice of appeal. That issue.
Judge, it is on appeal, but it's down for appeal. This is the final appeal order on the suppression order.
I guess we should just wait.
Yeah, it's on state.
Problem I'm maybe
I'll move over this way.
modify
Move over this way.
Mr. Miller's bond or file some kind of motion for voting bond, because Mr. Huntley, for my team, Mr. Miller was back over there. With the drug transaction. That's the reason I'm asking for problem.
Judge, I'm looking back at these things for every time he's supposed to have been for.
You hadn't been hanging over there yourself, have you?
No, sir.
Okay.
And I don't.
Well, you want to bring some testimony?
I can't today.
Are there
There's a way.
Are there felons that are there that he's hanging around in violation?
So I don't know what the felons is on, but that's, we got 300 fields in his truck today, he was arrested, and that's where he's been, and fellow observed that, and he's going back over there, it's one place in the world that shouldn't be. Well, this case.
Judge, I know nothing about, then no motion.
Well, I'm not gonna hear anything
I
today.
didn't follow up, because I asked for the trial.
Okay, we'll file a motion. File a motion, then we can hear it in Cumberland County if you want to. Okay, now, I'm not gonna ask you to say anything or deny anything, but they always said a word to the wise is sufficient. If there's something that makes you have to go to a certain location, I'm not saying you did, you might as well just go ahead and turn yourself in today, because if I catch you back over there and they can prove it, your bond's gonna be violated. You understand that? Okay. Okay, you can file your motions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
we'll we have no idea when the appeal might be done, so we'll continue it generally until
That's fine.
we hear
And I'll
the appeal.
notify the court. I don't even know the system is notifying you.
I used to get a copy.
Okay, good, then, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, have a good day, yeah.
Nice to see you.
Okay, let's go to Stephen Bray. Stephen Bray, Mr. Stockton,
Yes,
says active warrant.
he's current rehab.
That's true, Your Honor. He was in the Monroe Center. He was stepped back downstairs and did the recording with our office assessment for that. I believe that he contacted his previous attorney earlier this week, inquiring if the court would be willing to allow him to stay there and appear over Zoom for his arraignment in July.
I have no objection, that's on the case.
July 20th.
And she is concerned.
Do what?
It has not been served.
It's not been served. Where is this location?
It is the Mark Center, Your Honor. It's a DOC.
Where is it located?
I don't know the address for that.
Okay, find it and provide it to the sheriff's office, okay? No, I'll keep his bond. Subject him, I guess we'll need to modify it as long as he stays in that treatment. If he comes out of the treatment, then he'll have to report to the Barron County Jail. No, I just leave it, just as long, I don't want to do an ROR, I just leave the bond the same it is, subject to him not having to make it some way till he gets out of there. If he leaves there, I want the bond to go back up, is what I'm saying. I don't really know how to do it. I mean, they put these people in these rehabs now, they hadn't been served, they hadn't been anything, they're not really even before the court. So,
Really, I think in general, all three of them, just somebody in the rehab, or at least make one court appearance, come to court, be served, and let the bond get set, so they go back. That's just my.
I think you're exactly right, but we've got all this extracurricular activity, people rushing into rehab, all of a sudden seeing the light when they got an indictment. If I arrest him, it'll be another month before you go back up there, though.
Well, that's why I said, well, I said, you got the point, you gotta be here, you gotta be served, and bond, I will say, I'm out. Yeah, that's. Or you have him turn himself in, says bond.
I'm gonna have a summons issued. We'll issue a summons for him to be here on July 20th. However, if he leaves the rehab, I want to be notified and I'll issue a warrant. Addison Bryant. Commonwealth versus Addison Bryant. Your attorney's appearing by Zoom. This is 23 CR 0035. Are you Addison Bryant?
Yes, sir.
You born in 2004? Last four digits, social security number 8190. You're here for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney is on Zoom here. I don't guess we can get it on that big. Can you see your client?
Let me see, Judge.
Turn your microphone on.
Yes, I can, Judge. Are you able to hear me?
Can you say something, Mr. Garrett?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hear you now. You have the right to remain silent, Mr. Bryant. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with wanton endangerment first degree. Count two, another count of wanton endangerment first degree. Do you understand those charges? You want me to give this indictment to your client, or you already have a copy of it?
That'll be fine, Judge.
Well, it'll be fine.
Yes, you can give it to him, Judge.
You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, waive formal reading and arraignment, plead not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
I do, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll set a pretrial conference, a conference day, rather negotiation day on July the 6th, and the next court appearance on July 20th. You'll need to be in contact with your lawyer to stay on the same bond, okay? Go. Willie Daniels. Willie Daniels. Commonwealth versus Willie Daniels, 23 CR 0013. Are you Willie Daniels? You're here today for sentencing. You understand that? What are the last four digits of your social security number?
134.
And what's your year of birth?
97.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole? What have y'all been doing since last month? You're not ready on any of your cases. This is not acceptable. What's going on here?
Your Honor, Mr. Daniels was unable to get the PSI.
Well, you're supposed to get it to him, okay? You want to let him look at it today, or you want to put?
Your Honor, just to clarify,
He failed to report for a pre-sentence investigation report.
that is what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, you're in the custody of the jailer. I schedule sentencing in this for July the 20th. Ashley Dubry. Ashley Dubry. Commonwealth versus Ashley Dubry, 23 CR 0017. Are you Ashley Dubry?
Yes, sir.
You're here for pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
Since we set negotiation time today, there's some things going on in the special report that I need to inquire about.
July 6th for negotiation day at 9 a.m. and July 20th at 9 a.m. for your next court appearance. Chad Emberton. Has he been served? Tracy Emmert. Mr. Garrett, this is yours. A review of a diverted case, Tracy Emmert, 18 CR 0024. Okay, an order will be tendered. Matthew Gorman.
Your Honor, that's the Commonwealth's motion to dismiss evidently Mr. Gorman in some manner of fashion, so there's no longer a child support obligation.
Okay, submitted order. Timothy Green.
That's also the same set of facts, and also the support being paid away and Commonwealth moved to dismiss.
Okay, DeMarcus Hamilton.
Commonwealth moved to dismiss that case, I understand the Commonwealth is deceased.
Shelby Horton.
Judge, that's my case where she's going to enter a plea.
Ms. Horton, can you pass a drug test today? Are you sure? We have someone that can give a heat test to her. You speak up. Mr. Garrett, your client does not seem to be with it here today. You give her a test here. Justin Hunt. Justin Hunt. Okay. NCIC. Jesse Dustin. Dustin Jesse, I guess it says Jesse Dustin.
And he's also the code committee out that Mr. Arnett is, so we'll probably need to pass him to later in the day.
Mr. Dustin Jesse, we're gonna have to pass your case to later in the days. Your co-defendant is back here, okay? So Mr. Garrett, we'll have to pass this and get with you and you stay on the line there. They got a Bowling Green to
I
get
will.
it.
Yes, sir, Judge.
William Miller. For sentences.
It's for Mr. Miller, around their sign with that.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus William Miller, 22 CR 104. Are you William Miller? Born in 1980.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 2359.
Yes, sir.
You're here today represented by counsel for sentencing. Have you had an opportunity to look at the pre-sentence investigation report? Is it substantially correct? Counsel, is there any reason this gentleman should not be sentenced today?
Yes, sir.
While pleading guilty to trafficking and controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 5 years, probated for 5 years to be supervised. He shall receive credit for time served, shall be released today. On a plea of guilty of operating motor vehicle, alcohol concentration 0.08 or under the influence, he shall receive a fine of $200. Now, what are the fine and court costs together?
What costs is $665?
Include 200.
$865.
$865. When can you pay that? You need some time?
Yes.
Maybe you'll start paying it at $60 a month, first payment 30 days from today. Now, when you entered these pleas on this felony and on the DUI, you understood that both of them are enhanceable. And if you get convicted again, is that correct? Okay. I'll sign the judgment. You meet the probation parole officer will be back in here in just a minute. You need to meet with him right over there. You'll sit on the first row there till he comes back. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes my.
Have a nice day. Absolutely. Commonwealth versus Terry Muse. Jesus Padilla. They've got Bruce Brown on here, but you taking this case over.
I have Mr. Brown and Mr. Brown has a break.
Commonwealth versus Jesus Padilla. Is this 105?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Is this 105? He and his
Yes, Your Honor.
father have the same name. Is that right? We get them confused on occasion. Yeah. Jesus G. Padilla, born in 2002, does not have a social security number. What do you have on this, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, we have been working on this case. Actually, there's some things that's happened this morning. We need another pretrial conference on the 6th. And at that point in time, on the 20th, we'll know whether it's at a trial or that.
Pre-trial conference on the 6th, next court date on the 20th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jenny Ramos. That's one we need to interpret on.
Yeah.
Jenny Ramos. What's the story here?
States that her sister gave her a pill days ago that she thought had meth or something in it, which could be. And then she also stated she took a painkiller.
Yeah.
That somebody.
Well, you're in the custody of the jailer. I want a sample. I want her to give a urine sample before she's transported, okay? What was the story on Jenny Ram?
File a motion to post probation based on two positive methamphetamine tests.
Mr. Garrett, will you turn your phone back on?
Yes, Your Honor.
Jenny Ramos.
There's a note here that says she been on right driver to see.
She's running an hour late. Her driver is sick, so we'll just see if she shows up at the time we finish the docket. Your client, that what Shelby Horton has admitted to take a pill. It might have had meth in it, but she can't give a sample now. So I've had her taken into custody.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Michael Reed. Commonwealth versus Michael Reed. 22 CR 00090. Are you Michael Reed? Born in 1982.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security unit number 5155.
Yes,
You're here on a pretrial conference. What's the Commonwealth have?
You know, this case and in the extensive case, I guess it's kind of the same seal over the Pittsburgh.
Come around where we can.
Mr. Reed is put in anything in Stenson. And there's Miss Hill, was one of the names she was waiting to get an expert witness. So I'm waiting in order to get a witness, so I can.
We'll schedule them again for next month, July the 20th.
we do.
Let me get this. Okay. Yeah. Maria Rivera, excuse me, Maria Rivera. Is this the one you need a translator on? Ma'am, you raise your right hand, the translator. You solemnly swear or affirm that you're qualified to translate in the courts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. You'll faithfully do so in this case. Okay. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Maria Rivera. 22 CR 00160. Mr. Rivera, were you born in 1986? You have a social security number. Okay. We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
You know, she's told me, and it was institute that we have. And so there was some developments this morning. I have a meeting with the victims scheduled as a result. I would like her to set July the 6th, and it can't be resolved, so it probably like.
You be here on July 6th at 9 a.m. for negotiations. And your next court date is July 20th. Both of those are conditional your bond. Now, you'll need to arrange to have her own person to translate that day.
We have somebody.
We'll make sure she's there on July 6th and July, because even if she enters the plea, she'll have to have her own translator. AOC translator can't participate in that. Okay, thank you.
My understanding is that she can enter the plea with 50 bonds, right?
Well, the translator has to go over there and be, aware of the documents, and I'll ask her to review. Yeah.
I just haven't had a translator on negotiation day.
So I don't care. It's like she has to be there on the negotiation day and whenever you review the plea documents.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that finishes this case. Now you have a paper for me to sign.
Yes.
You can approach here.
That's all I have. This one, Judge.
Absolutely. Oh. You have a safe trip. Thank you so much. Yeah. Mhm. There you go. Robert Simpson. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Robert Simpson. 22 CR 107. Are you Robert Simpson? You're born in 1991. Last four digits, social security number 5031. There's a motion for bill of particulars.
Yes, Mr. Stockton has already responded to the bill of particulars. We're not aware of any other reason to start.
You have a negotiation day for this?
It's actually separate file, if you want to move me. I think it's still used to say on the file.
Okay, that'll be fine. See you July 14th. Cindy Smith. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Cindy Smith. 20 CR 0013. 20 CR 0018. Are you Cindy Smith? Born in 1971. 74. Please make a note of that on the docket notation. Last four digits, social security number 606098. Here today for pretrial conference.
Your Honor, this is the case. She was a co-defendant, Marcus Hamilton, since he seems to have dismissed as part of the case. And I'm asking that she be placed back on the docket so we have negotiations and pre-conference with the properties.
July the 6th. Court will be here for negotiations at 9 a.m. and July 20th is your next court date, okay? Allison Kennedy Spivey. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Allison Kennedy Spivey, 23 CR 0018. Are you Allison Kennedy Spivey?
Yes.
You born in 1981.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 7947. You're here for a pretrial conference. What do we have? A motion has been tendered that says you wish to enter a plea today. Is that correct? Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
No.
Is this plea freely and voluntarily given? It's a plea freely and voluntarily given. Are you the same person named in the indictment 23 CR 0018?
Yes.
Have you had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney? Are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes.
You feel like you're fully informed about the case? You have certain rights under the Kentucky United States Constitution. I need to know that you understand those rights before I can accept your plea. You have a right not to testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. Right to speedy trial by jury, right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. Right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses, call and testify against you, right to produce evidence, right to call witnesses in favor, right to appeal this matter to a higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth to prove on a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Understand that by entering a guilty plea today, you give up those rights. You understand that? Now, I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentence provided law prior to accepting recommendation. I'll wait to pre-sentence investigation report under probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the Commonwealth's recommendation, decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have the right to withdraw your plea of guilty and proceed to trial. Move to your left, please. Your left.
On your Honor.
Mr. Judge.
The Commonwealth agrees to dismiss possession of drug paraphernalia, which class A misdemeanor. All pleading guilty of possession of controlled substance, first degree, the defendant shall receive a sentence of 3 years probation, 5 years probation with supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the Social Service Commission will follow any recommendation. The defendant shall come to ample employment and do 30 hours per week during the service until ample employment. Defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia, contraband disposed of in accordance with the laws of Commonwealth of Kentucky.
Went back over it. Is that what you agreed to?
Yes,
Okay, are you agreeing to this plea because you did do the acts as as laid out in the indictment as amended?
yes,
Are you pleading, do you do so of your own free will?
yes,
You understand your constitutional rights I previously read to you, but yet you want to proceed with the sentencing, is that correct?
yes,
Okay, you understand that in the future, if you have another felony, that the conviction, that the penalty could be enhanced, do you understand that?
yes,
Is that your signature on the document?
yes,
Okay, I will accept the agreement or the pre-sentence investigation report. Thank you. And schedule sentencing on the 20th, July the 20th. You need to go there and meet with the probation and parole officer. Do you have any objection to allowing her to remain out on bond until then? Go there and meet with the probation and parole officer. Alex Tooley. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Alex Tooley, 22 CR 0039. Are you Alex Tooley? Born in 1968, last 4 digits, social security number 3454, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We're here today on a pretrial conference. What does the Commonwealth have to say?
We sent paperwork that's signed.
So plea agreements and felony?
Without me, clear.
Mr. Tooley, a motion's been tendered, says you wish to enter guilty plea, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you currently under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
Yes, sir.
Is plea freely and voluntarily given?
Yes, sir.
Are you the same person named in indictment number 22 CR 0039?
Yes, sir.
You've had plenty of time to discuss this matter with your attorney, and are you satisfied with her advice?
Yes, sir.
You understand that you do not have to enter a guilty plea today. You have certain rights under the Kentucky and United States Constitution. Before I can accept a plea, I need to know that you understand those rights. You have a right to not testify against yourself. No one can make you say anything. A right to test a speedy trial by a jury. The right to be represented by counsel at your jury trial. The right to confront and cross-examine all witnesses called to testify against you. The right to be evidence. The right to call witnesses in your favor and have process issued to compel their attendance. Your right to appeal this matter to higher court if you lose, and right to require the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you're guilty of charges against you. Do you understand that by entering guilty plea that you give up all those rights? You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I may consider the Commonwealth's recommendation, but I may apply any range of sentences provided by law. I don't have to accept the recommendation. Prior to accepting a recommendation, I'll review the pre-sentence investigation report done by probation and parole. In the event that I do not accept the recommendation and decide to impose a harsher sentence, you have a right to withdraw your plea. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
I'll step to the left, Mr. Judge. You say what the recommendation is.
All pleading guilty of possession of controlled substance, first degree offense to receive a sentence of 3 years probation, 5 years probation to be supervised. The defendant agrees to be assessed by the Social Service Commission following recommendation. The defendant shall obtain gainful employment or do 30 hours a week in means of service until gainful employment. The defendant agrees to have any and all drug paraphernalia, contraband disposed of in accordance with laws of the state of Kentucky.
Is that what you agreed to?
Yes, sir.
And you pleading guilty because you are guilty of the actions that were described by Mr. Judd in the amended indictment.
Yes, sir.
And knowing your constitutional rights, is it still your desire to proceed and allow the court to fix your punishment within the range permitted by law?
Yes, sir.
You understand that any future convictions can be enhanced under persistent felony offender law as far as the sentencing range of penalty. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Is that your signature on there? I'll accept the plea, order pre-sentence investigation report, have you come back on July 20th for sentencing. You'll need to sit on that first row over there and meet with probation parole officer before you leave here, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Tamia Tramwell. Look like an active warrant, Tamia Tramwell, NCIC. Tammy White. Tammy White,
She's the one that's got it.
okay.
They're not the one that's like-
Is there an active warrant on Miss White? There is an active warrant. Okay, have put NCIC. Now we'll have to come back up in a few minutes, I guess.
German Hall.
Shelby Horton is in jail on contempt. And I'll enter a contempt order and we'll bring her up again next month. July 20th. And give her the time between now and then, it's contempt time for showing up under the influence. Yeah.
No, I don't know what to do. What's going to do because we had a session with drug court, but she wasn't helping.
Between now and then, y'all can figure it out. She just goes to jail. Who else besides Jeremy Hall?
Yeah, of course, the case is waiting on Marlon's side.
Where is Jeremy Hall on here? Yeah, yeah, that's right. You tell him bring Jeremy Hall, but yeah, he's got. Carl, you want to come over here? You have his documents here. They did a PSI on you that was updated a couple of days ago. You've been incarcerated since then, except for the short time that you were mistakenly released. You have any objection, counselor? Can you go ahead and be sentenced today?
No, you're not.
Based on previous reason. What was it? You got his sentence, his agreement? Yeah, okay. And 23 CR 0019, Mr. Hall. You shall receive on possession of controlled substance, a sentence of 3 years probated for 5 years supervised. We referred to clinician. And what are the court costs in that? $195. I'll pay that starting at $30 a month, 30 days after you get out of jail. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, you'll get released today unless they got a hold on you for something else. Somewhere they have a hold on you anywhere else.
Make sure you report. I will let you know. Thank you.
When do you want him to report?
If he's released before we close today, he needs to call. And if he's released after hours, he'll need to report first.
Do I need to call you or my probation officer from now, Karen?
Call your probation officer then.
Okay.
Report there tomorrow, okay?
Report there tomorrow.
Call him when you get out and report there tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there you go. What else do we have on the out of custody doc? We're waiting for Dustin Jesse. And who else? Is Dustin Jesse the person we sent for?
We're waiting for the.
Yeah. Yeah, and the co-defendant was Marlon Stout. Okay. It will go off the record till they get him to there. Oh, no, wait, we got to go to Ross Cash Center. Are they on the line? Ross Cash Center. Are you on the line? For Lauren Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is a motion for shock probation for Lauren Hagan in 18 CR 00150 and in 19 CR 00117. Are you Lauren Hagan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, born in 1992.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits of social security number 1420.
Yes, sir.
You have a motion for shock probation.
Judge, this is our motion. Ms. Hagan has been in custody for some time now. What I would ask the court to do is permit her shock probation. She has previously been accepted to the Warm Center in Henderson. We can also get her back into that place. When we were before the court for sentencing, she had a bed available. They will also have a bed available if the court should deem it appropriate that she have drug rehab. So Judge, we're graciously asking the court to permit her to go to drug rehab and shock probate her.
Mr. Stockton,
Your Honor, the Commonwealth opposed the child probation in this case. Ms. Hagan has a 10-year sentence for trafficking. She served quite a bit of time on split sentence. Then, in fact, she's got in custody credit right now. She's got over 1 year and 4 months in custody credit. She was transferred to Tennessee. She was supposed to be doing well. And the next thing I know, she was deposed because she was absconding. She was given Tennessee probation parole address to a house that boarded up, kind of like an abandoned house. So she wouldn't abide by the terms of probation. And she's eligible for parole in February of next year. We're just asking that she serve her time to get parole. But we attempted to supervise her once.
Mr. Garrett,
Lauren, would you like to make a statement to the court?
My house isn't boarded up. My sister's actually living there now, but I was asking to go to treatment in Kentucky. That way I can be monitored in Kentucky. And then when I get done with treatment, I would be moving, I would have a Glasgow address as well.
how much product did she have on you on the traffic? You remember?
Well, it was. You remember it?
You get behind the microphone.
It was,
There's several hundred guns.
And then once she got probated on that, she violated. Tell me again about that.
She was in Tennessee. She moved to Tennessee. Can't remember the guy from Monroe. Yeah, Bob Heller. She was supposed to have a job in Tennessee working with cars. And the next thing I know, we get a report from Tennessee from ICOS that she was gone. And the address she given was an old abandoned house that they boarded up. So if she goes back to Tennessee, they don't accept her. I think she was actually arrested in Monroe. I said she was supposed to be supervised.
Well, this is a trafficking case with a significant amount. And I'm going to deny this motion for shock probation at this time and see what the pro board does. I just don't think that she's submitted herself or indicated she would be a good risk to be shock probated. Okay, thank you very much. The Roeder Correctional Complex, Terry Strode, the Roeder Correctional Complex. Commonwealth versus Terry Strode, 21 CR 00113. Is Mr. Poindexter on the line? Who's representing Mr. Strode? Take a look at the motion and see who filed the motion. Mr. Stockton, what do you have in this case?
Your Honor, this is a motion to dismiss this case against Mr. Strode. It involves receiving stolen property, and the Commonwealth cannot locate a victim that owns the property, so we cannot proceed on the case. Mr. Strode still has the other case that's pending on appeal, and also part of that case that needs to be tried at some point in time when we get a ruling from the Supreme Court.
It doesn't appear Mr. Strode's attorney's online, but I can ask Mr. Strode, do you have any objection for this charge being dismissed, Mr. Strode?
No, sir.
That's the correct answer. Okay, we'll dismiss this case here. Roder, thank you for your cooperation. You are excused.
Thank you.
Okay, Barron County is to appear in 30 minutes. We're gonna go off the record. 15 minutes, excuse me, 10:30. I won't worry about it. She doesn't get it. Okay, just remind me, okay?
Okay.
You're lifting it over with. You go from all this, you never have time to say guns.
Nothing to do.
So.
After you start having that emptiness and.
It's right.
She's been bouncing. Software. Okay. Okay. I'll make sure you win sometime because there was a lot of extra stuff. That's so it's just clear. Right. Business. Very nice.
We'll just keep doing it for here. I don't know how else to do it right now. I need to come over here with those neighborhoods. So I don't know what to. Anything to do with computers, if it's not just the basic, like your sign on and just open this button. I thought I had it down, and then they come in and install all this and just, it was working just fine before. Yeah, it was. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's fine. I just don't want to not be on. Right, years, sorry.
Right. For theory room all the way in the back.
Megan. If I had Chad's, next month she had, I'm not getting it on video, I'm combining with you, I'm just afraid it's not. I don't know, I'm gonna figure it out. So if you, I'm just gonna make it like an 8:30.
I would like that thing just disconnected
And just do back to the.
and just go back to where we were. So when we do video conference, it shows up this and the sound.
I know, it worked fine then, you know.
Yes, that's how we do it in every
Do
other
you?
county.
Okay, I'll call them, see what he can do for that. But he may, I don't know if he's to come in or when, but I'll just, I'll see if he can do that. Sounds good. I mean, I know what that day because it's just. Sometimes, because they just put in the wrong. I'll check it. So reach out. It could just been like quick or something. But I was like, I'm saying, I don't like seeing that when I was searching because I'm sure to do different counties. It's there's no, I didn't even know before, and it's got holding somebody there, and it's got this very cheap. So I may want, even though it's got that, I would have, it shouldn't be some, that's your things. I don't figure it out.
Fall, in the fall.
And I-
Yeah, I've got to go up to have it taken care of in Lexington. Should have done it last Monday, but I thought it would get better. It's time for us to go on the record here. Retrieve Mr. Stockton, then will you?
I'm on the line. You want me
There
in
you
here?
are. There you
In the
are.
courtroom?
We're trying to get Marion County on. I was just been informed.
Okay.
Marion County Detention Center. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Candace Hamill. Marion County, will you turn your camera on, please?
I guess he's talking. Are you talking to us, Your Honor? I'm sorry. I just fixed our audio.
Yeah, Marion County, if you'll turn your
There we
camera on. There you go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commonwealth versus Candace Hamill.
Yes, sir.
Are you Candace Hamill?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 20 CR 0068 probation revocation. Were you born in 1982, Miss Hamill?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 5515.
Mhm.
We're here. What do you have to say, Mr. Stockton?
Your Honor, Miss Hamill had a 5-year sentence on receiving stolen property, a firearm. And when she entered her plea in December, She had to serve a 180-day alternative sentence. I'm sorry, entered her plea in 2022, had to serve an alternative sentence of 180 days. She was released in April of 22, and she went to Tennessee, and she called Mr. Collins, and Mr. Collins told her she needed to come back to Kentucky and report so he could transfer her probation, and she never reported to him or did anything, so he could be transferred. So she's been on the run since April of 2022.
Counsel, do you have anything to say in this case?
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to this case, we would stipulate to the violation, but we'd ask the court if we can make an argument in lieu of revocation.
Court proceed.
Your Honor, I would like to call Ms. Hamill to testify to the court.
Raise your right hand, ma'am. Ms. Hamill, you swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lower your hand, speak up, please.
Yes,
Proceed.
I was.
Ms. Hamill, hold on, Ms. Hamill. Let me ask you a question, then you can answer it, okay? Ms. Hamill, would you please tell the court what has been going on since you were placed on probation?
Yes, when I was released, I'm from Tennessee. I'm native to Tennessee. I'm not from Kentucky. So when I was released, I did go home and I pretty much got on drugs, and just from there, didn't report. So I was hoping for mercy to get to rehab, try rehab. I've not did no rehab. I've not had a chance to do rehab to rehabilitate myself. So I'm asking help.
And Ms. Hamill, why are you interested in rehab?
Well, I want to get some skills to help, my, mental and, to help cope with things other than music. I haven't had a chance.
Thank you, Ms. Hamill. And is there anything else you would like to tell the court?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Ms. Hamill.
Okay, Mr.
I don't
Stockton,
have any questions, Your Honor.
didn't have any. You may make your argument, counsel.
Please, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would ask the court to not revoke Ms. Hamill and instead institute a graduated sanction and send her to long-term treatment. She has testified to the court that she has struggled with substance abuse issues, that she is using those to cope with stressors in life. And I would ask the court to not revoke her probation and instead allow her the opportunity to get the skills she needs to have a more healthy and coping mechanism. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Stockton.
Your Honor, Ms. Hamill had an opportunity for rehab when she got out of probation, being placed on probation. She wanted it, but she took a different road. She went back on drugs, and that was her choice. And I don't know anything that shows that she's not amenable to probation or to rehab and been on the run for 13 months. So I'd ask that the court impose a sentence.
I have sympathy for anyone who's subject to drug addiction, but if they will not comply with the orders and they abscond, there's no way that I can have any assurance that that there's any indication that they're willing to again. Ms. Hamill will be subject to having treatment classes and everything while she's incarcerated. She's from another state. She absconded. She wouldn't come back to Kentucky. So I'm going to revoke her probation and allow her to serve her sentence. Thank you very much. Stephanie Parker. I'll speak louder. Commonwealth versus Stephanie Parker. Are you Stephanie Parker?
Yes, sir.
You're here today for the purpose of arraignment. Were you born in 1984? Last four digits, Social Security number 1603.
Yes, sir.
You have an attorney?
No.
Okay, can you afford an attorney? Have they done an affidavit with you?
No, I need a public defender, please.
Okay, well, we'll have them fill out that. We'll appoint for the purpose of arraignment, public advocacy will do this, and then I'll sort of sign an order if your affidavit substantiates that. Pre-trial will bring you form to fill out over there. The grant, you have a right to remain silent. The lady on the camera there is your attorney. The grand jury of Monroe County has returned an indictment charging you with criminal syndicate engaging in organized crime. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Okay, counselor, I'm going to lay that on your defense table over there. You acknowledge receipt of the indictment, identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, and reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Parker, I'm going to sign a reciprocal discovery order where the Commonwealth will provide your attorney with the evidence they have to help prepare for your case. You'll be required to be at a negotiation day on July 6th to negotiate with the Commonwealth. The next court day will be on the 20th. Now, what is this lady's bond?
Your Honor, she's a state prisoner. As my understanding, her parole was revoked. She's been in NCIC since 2019.
Okay,
She's got
we'll just leave it at that and take a look at it when we come back here on the 20th.
And I'm confused. She has two cases and 17 CR 72 and 19 CR 48. Was she arraigned on both cases?
Only thing I arraigned her on was 48. Is there another one?
Yeah, 17 CR 72 is what we've got in our
Y'all
files.
check your file on that.
She may have been arraigned.
You know, so we'll send down and get it and arraign her on that too while you're here.
She should. She's never been arraigned on this one.
They'll bring the file right up. And they not find it. Y'all haven't had the best day. Y'all haven't had the best day. Don't make the wrong day. Don't make the wrong day. I am. Okay, my code 0. Mhm.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Well. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Ms. Stephanie Parker, you previously identified yourself. The other indictment is 17 CR 0072. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with possession of controlled substance in the first degree, possession of marijuana, and possession of drug paraphernalia. You understand those charges, Mr. Bailiff?
Yes,
Counselor,
sir.
we're going to also lay these on your desk over there. You acknowledge the identity of your client, receive the indictment, wait form, reading and arraignment, interplea not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. The same two dates apply. As far as the negotiation day on the 6th and next court date on the 20th. Thank you very much. Jared Terry. Are you Jared Terry?
Your Honor?
This is 23 CR 0037. Mr. Terry, were you born in 1994?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last four digits, social security number 6082.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have an attorney?
Yeah.
He had DPA, Your Honor.
Okay, the Office of Public Advocacy is there. They're on the line. You have a right to remain silent during this arraignment. If you have any questions, your attorney will be in contact with you. The grand jury of Monroe County has charged you with an attempt to commit murder and wanton endangerment in the first degree. Counselor, putting the indictment on your table here. You acknowledge the receipt of the indictment, the identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now, Mr. Stockton, is this case ready to negotiate on July 6th, or is there forensic evidence that remains outstanding? Your microphone.
There's probably some forensic evidence. We probably ought to put out a couple months if we can. And we'll usually have our negotiation. I'll get with Ms. Hill and we'll set a negotiation for August.
Well, let's set the next court appearance for August 17th. And then you'll contact her with whatever the negotiation day in August is, okay?
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Melinda Webb, Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Melinda Webb, 22 CR 0068 and 23 CR 0032. Ms. Webb, were you born in 1977?
Yes, sir.
Last four digits, social security number 0010.
Yes, sir.
In 22 CR 0068, you're here for a probation revocation. In 23 CR 0032, you're here for the purpose of arraignment. Your attorney is online there. You have the right to remain silent. The grand jury of Monroe County's returned an indictment charging you with trafficking and controlled substance, first offense, endangering the welfare of a minor, criminal attempt to flee or evade police in a second degree, disorderly conduct, and being a persistent felony offender as to the trafficking. You understand those charges?
Yes, sir.
Counselor, I'm laying the indictment on your table. Would you acknowledge to receive the indictment, identity of your client, waive formal reading and arraignment, enter plea of not guilty, reserving all pretrial motions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the forensic evidence back on this, Mr. Stockton?
I believe so. I think we can have a negotiation day in July.
Negotiation dates on July 6th and the next court dates on July 20th, both of them at 9 a.m. Your attorney will be able to talk to you, ma'am, concerning any plea offer that's out there, okay? Thanks very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Tommy Webb III. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Tommy Webb III, 19 CR 0073. Are you Tommy Webb III? Were you born in 1998? You gotta speak up, Mr. Webb.
Yes.
Okay, Last four digits, social security number 3770.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Stockton, you have a pretrial diversion revocation notice here. Could you proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'd also tell the court we have another case going to the grand jury today on Mr. Webb, I believe. It is, this case is a possession of controlled substance, first degree, he has a 3-year sentence. And he absconded around February the 7th of 2023 from his probation.
Ms. Hill, you want to, if they return the indictment today, we'll issue a summons for him since he's incarcerated. And then we'll allow him to come over for negotiation day on the 6th. And the next court date will be the 20th, Mr. Stockton, unless you have need to keep him out forensically.
No, I don't see any need.
Okay, so the negotiation is the 6th and the next day is the 20th. And Mr. Webb, what they just said, they've got another indictment coming on you. So what they're going to do is wait till it gets returned today. Your attorney will get it, come talk to you and try to roll this all up into one thing possibly. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Barron County, is there anybody that you have there that we're supposed to see that I haven't called? Are y'all good then?
Hey, Your Honor,
Okay. What's your name?
Kenesha Howard.
It's not on the docket. What's the motion? Did somebody file a motion for you?
It just said, that I had court for drug court violation.
Yeah, that was for drug court.
Violation.
Has there been anything filed to bring it up to us, Mr. Stockton?
No, that would have been handled in drug court, Ms. Costello's, Judge Costello's court this morning.
Yeah. So they'll be back in contact with you about that, okay?
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else there in Barron County?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you all for your cooperation. Y'all have a great day. Okay, so we're waiting on the transportation of one person over, and so we'll go off the record to the person who gets transported back. Thank you.
Judge,
Yes.
we also have Miss Ramos. I guess you need to just do an order on of some sort and dispose of her case at some point. I don't know if she's there yet or not, but
Yeah, Miss Ramos, she's here now, evidently.
okay.
Let's go back on the record. Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Jenny Ramos. 22 CR 0041. Mr. Garrett's on TV here. You born in 1978.
Yes, sir.
Last four digits. Wait just a second. The last four digits of social security number 5570. You're here for a probation revocation, and you step over to the left here. Mr. Stockton, you'll come over here so we can hear you. Okay.
You know, Ms. Ramos had a 2-year sentence on possession of controlled substance and then amphetamine and DUI sentence of 12 months. And she's had 2 positive methamphetamine since March 21st, 2023, and May 18th, 2023. And based on her previous history, it looks like she was referred to SSC, but I don't want to bring her in the court. Had her set for the drug court themselves, so she didn't have to file this. I didn't know she was hitting pretty. Mr. Garrett representing.
You still represent her, Mr. Garrett?
Judge, I've not been retained for this, but I'll go ahead and do it if the court wants me to.
When you and your client, I wouldn't want to force you to spend more of your valuable vacation time on something that you got remuneration for.
Right. Judge, I'll go ahead and represent her since I'm already online.
Okay. What, could you pass a test today?
No, sir, I think we went to some people involved in that. And it was positive, and he wouldn't take my prescription, I have it with me to show you. I'm gonna test positive no matter what. If I take that, then I get sick,
But he won't listen to
Who's he won't listen?
Michael Christian.
Please, Your Honor.
Tell me your story here.
So I believe she passed.
You don't come around here so we can get you on camera.
So, Your Honor, she began supervision in March. First positive drug test was on 3/21/23. She signed an admission form for the use of that on about 3 or 4 days prior. Second positive drug test we had for methamphetamine was on 5/18. She also signed an admission form for the use of meth on about 2 weeks prior to that. We sent her to the SSC twice, sent her 3 times. I think now she's required to do SAP-ILP. And then on 6/7, I gave Ms. Ramos a urine test, showed positive for methamphetamine. She signed an admission form admitting that there was a camper with people smoking methamphetamine, but she was very adamant that she never used, and she couldn't understand why she was positive.
Mr. Stockton, if she's taking something that will test her, she won't be eligible.
I didn't know that.
I know, and I'm asking a question. I'm not making a statement because you're more familiar with
I don't
that.
know if drugs was appropriate. I don't know what she's taking and what she says, I wouldn't know. But, you know, she's admitted rather than testing positive, so her story doesn't line up with what she's telling at the top.
Okay, wait just a second. Mr. Garrett, you want to call your client?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ramos.
You raise your right hand, you swear the testimony you're about to give us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Okay, you may ask Mr. Garrett.
Ms. Ramos, can you explain to the court why you may have tested positive for methamphetamine and then explain why you may or may not have signed an admission statement regarding that?
Speak up.
I have PTSD. I'm very scared of him. He puts his ears. When he said I do, I say I do.
You're scared of who? Wait just a second. Wait just a second. Get yourself under control here.
I'm sorry.
Wait just a second. Now, who are you afraid of?
Michael Christian officer. He told me that if I hit the valley, I get the double child. One of them told that. I go to hell, right? So I was just-
Step back a second and get control of yourself. Okay, now come back up and make your statement.
In the beginning, I told him here, when I was here, that I live in Allen County. Then he said, okay, that probation officer will take care of it. When I'm in with the probation officer over there, he's calling my phone.
Who's
But-
calling your
but
phone?
My probation officer here, after I told him what I did, I live in Allen County, and he's telling me when I call him back. That he doesn't have to give Allen County my probation, that I have a choice, he gave me a weekend to decide whether I wanted to live in Tennessee with my kids. Or in Scottsville, or live in Belton Run and be with kids. And I chose to not have 2 probation officers, only have 1. When I go to him, he won't take up, I'm telling him I'm on medications. He didn't need them, so then he dirty, I know I'm going to. Then he says, you did this, when did you do this? And I was like, I don't know what to say to him. I'm scared of him. So then he says, okay, I'm gonna send you to do this, talk to this lady. So I talked to this lady. This lady says for me to go for counseling. I'm trying to.
What lady are you talking about?
This lady sent me for counseling.
Will you retrieve these medications she's got in her hand? What does it say on there? Wait just a second. What does it say on there? What was it?
That's to keep me off of the.
Well, what's the name of the drug?
No,
And what's the other drug she has? And who is the doctor? What's the date of it?
15/23.
How many pills is supposed to be in there?
That's the world. Three times a day. That's a whole lot.
Don't open the door back there by yourself, okay? Wait before you go, stop, you go with him. And whoever that is, bring him back out here. You have a seat right there.
Yeah.
What did you say? Good. Let's go off the record. We've got an incident happening in the holding area.
Yes, sir.
Got one down. We're back on the record here. We had a incident with a off camera here with a inmate that we had to take care of. Mr. Garrett, you want to come back on the line?
Yes, sir. I'm here, Judge.
What do you have to say, Mr. Garrett?
Judge, I would just ask the court to take into consideration what she has said. I think that she may have felt a little bit frightened with regard to stating that material was actually methamphetamine. I would just ask the court to take that into consideration. I do understand that maybe probation and parole can have that labbed to see whether or not Wellbutrin or whatever medication she is on would make a false positive for methamphetamine. And so I'll just leave that into the hands of the court.
Well, she has presented these pill bottles here that has vital information scraped off of them. It's not on there. You know, including, is the name of the doctor there? You know, on the bottles at all? She has the bottles. She has the bottles. You just need to be.
Like, it looks like miles and it looks like part of it's marked out, so I don't know.
Where's this doctor located? Where's this doctor located?
I would request that Mr. Garrett appear with his client next month with her medical records. In the meantime, give me something, showing what medication she's on, the proof from her pharmacy, and I can check with the lab and see if any of those medications would cause false positive.
Well, she's already signed admissions.
I know, and I don't know what the defense is, but
What's your explanation to the admissions that you signed, Mr. Garrett?
Judge, what I thought I heard was that she was fearful and may have signed those under maybe.
No, that she said she's scared of him and she signed those because she didn't know what to do, that sort of stuff. But I'll remind you, Mr. Garrett, which my staff lawyer just reminded me, this is the same lady that came up when she was going to enter a plea. And I asked her, she's entering a plea because she did do this stuff. And she said, no. So she's been playing the system since the very beginning. I think she's playing the system now. She's had positive results rather, that she's admitted to on 3 occasions. And she brings some pill bottles in here that have been altered. And in my opinion, she's and I asked her if she could pass the test today, and she said no, that she couldn't because she's taking this medication. So I think she's gaming. And, you know, I'm not really inclined to let her leave here today.
Judge, I would just ask court to give her the benefit of the doubt. I understand the court does have to make a decision, and Judge will respect whatever the court decides.
Where is the ambulance? They're out. Well, I want y'all to take her and give her a urine test. And you're under oath. Swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth. There's nothing going to be in this urine test that you don't have a prescription for. Is that right? Come up there. So everything that's in your urine test is going to be in your prescription. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're under oath. So take her and do a urine test on her. Go with this officer over here. Don't scare her while you're out there. Okay, let's go off the record. Mr. Garrett, you want to come back on?
Yes, sir, Judge, I'm here.
Okay. Officer, you come around and report.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what did the urine test show?
Our urine sample show positive for amphetamine and methamphetamine.
And you want to do any research there? Mr. Garrett? Wikipedia or anything?
I don't know if I can be that fast, Judge, but what I would ask the court to do, if the court deems it appropriate, maybe to lab the test for a refined result. But I'll leave that in the court's discretion.
What do you want to do, Mr. Shaw?
Wow, I mean, she,
Come back with here.
this would be her fourth positive for me. Well, and I'm not a MD, but I've helped really board on, I know things like that, where people would show up, know whether you're right, and right, and show up as open. So I don't know what she could be using it, cause that other than that.
What is her bond? She's on probation or pretrial.
I think it's a mystery.
It is a misdemeanor.
This lady also decided to move the footage. She had her evaluated and stipulated the comments. It's been a long week.
You need to find depression and which one.
Well, I'm gonna let you go today. You be back here the 20th with your attorney. And we're gonna lab these tests here. And if you're not being truthful for me, the Commonwealth attorney will look at a perjury charge because she was under oath when she made these statements. So I would suggest that you tread very carefully. You're already late here today. Ever since this thing started, you've been a problem. You are a problem. You're probably the biggest problem you are is to yourself. Okay. You stay off anything, you come back here on the 20th. I don't want to hear any of this whining and you're afraid of the probation parole officer and everything. I've been here for 10 years and I've never heard any allegation that this probation parole officer is anything but courteous and helpful to people. So I'm tired of your whining. I'm tired of you being late and I'm tired of your lame excuses. You better hope that that doesn't test right. We'll see you here on the 20th. Go be on your way. Get your medicine. Okay, let's go off the record here and we'll wait till our people get transported here from Warrenton. Okay, let's open back up again, go on the record here. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. See if you can find Megan and come back in and start. Yeah. Day's been like herding cats. Says the host has stopped it and I can't sign back up. Are you the host?
No, click on that now, when something else pops up to that.
Okay. Mr. Garrett, can you hear me?
I can, Your Honor.
Hey, your client, we've got the client that was transported here, Mr. Stout. But your client doesn't seem to be here now. Can you try to call? Are you, should come back in? Come up, young man. Bring the other fellow out. These are co-defendants, is that correct?
That's good.
State your name, please.
Yes.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Dustin Jesse, 23 CR 0010. Mr. Garrett, you represent Dustin Jesse.
I do, Your Honor.
And we also have Mr. Marlon Stout here. Come over, Mr. Stout. And 23 CR 007. Are you Marlon Stout? Born in 1995.
Yes.
Last four digits, social security number 8009, and you're represented by the Office of Public Advocacy. Is that correct? Who is your attorney?
Well, I don't have, I don't care. I got one license, but I don't have one.
Well, is the one you have over there a public defender?
That's what I'm about.
Mr. Bell will not represent him there, will not entertain. This is the problem I've got, Your Honor. He was arraigned in March. He was supposed to appear in May with his attorney, and he was supposed to appear today. I need to have him, I mean, so I can do both of them to the trial.
Well, you forwarded Mr. Bell, didn't you?
That was, I have that case like last year, so now, well, they did. I've been locking by their fence and deals with that.
Okay, well, we'll do an affidavit and I'll appoint public advocacy here. Yeah. Okay. They've both been arraigned. They've both been arraigned previously. Is that correct, Mr. Stockton?
Mr. Stout, both individuals have been arraigned. We just had to keep it still.
Okay. Okay, well, now you do, and we'll have a negotiation day for both of them on July 6th. Their next court appearance will be on July 20th, and on that day, we'll either have a plea or set a trial date. Do you have any forensic evidence that's outstanding?
But all it's still, it's basically some video.
Okay, well, I'll be doing a discovery or reciprocal discovery order, gentlemen, that Commonwealth will handle both your attorneys, all the evidence. Do you have anything you'd like to bring up, Mr. Garrett?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Counselor, you'd like to bring up that? Okay. Okay, well, that settles that. Is there anything else on the criminal docket, or is that finished criminal docket? Okay, well, you can transport him back. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, let's go off the record then. Where are you, Mr. Garrett?
Judge, I'm in New York City. We just stopped at a diner that's like 100
Just
years old, and
be careful up there in New York City.
I'm surprised.
we will do that.
Money, but that.
Yeah. I know you carry a big billfold with you. So you
Not as big of a billfold as yours.
well, that's true, but I've worked harder all my life. I'm older. When you get my age, you might have a big billfold like I've got. Okay, see you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, that finishes us. Okay, you have it there.
Interesting to have the prevalence here, but I think some of that will speak to, I mean, it's relatively new. The 5 came out.
Okay, Fox versus Fox.
Continue to July 20th, please.
Okay,
It would, I mean, that would tell you a little bit about just the difficulty that you wouldn't have to.
Gallup versus Gallup.
July 20th, please.
No, it's good. Fox. Fox. Heston versus Heston. Okay, there's Gallup here now.
And then Heston is also continued in July,
Heston versus Heston continued.
July 20th. That was bound to be up to God.
Hudson versus Hudson.
Continue to July 20th, please.
Okay.
That's a good point too, Rhiannon. It's also,
If somebody has their microphone open that's waiting online there, if you turn your microphones off until your case is called, please. Jimenez versus Jimenez.
July 20th, please.
Brown versus Scott.
This is the same motion. We filed motions to modify the child support.
Yes.
Shall increase from 544.81 654.03 per month, which is based on the tax and Kentucky child support guidelines. That should be retroactive April 1st, 2023.
Okay. Any opposition here? No.
They work with us and give us all
So
that.
they give the information, parties will cooperate. Turner versus Turner.
Continue generally, Your Honor. The report the on the back of there in drug court.
That's great.
These two on the other.
Good.
We said 27 orders. We got it right.
It's the Calvin Coolidge of drug court, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Moore versus Teach Out.
Judge, I am still under oath. This
Here
is.
it appears to be. You gonna come forward, sir? Are you David Michael Teach Out? Okay. Go ahead.
Judge, he has earned $32,885.78. The last made payment on March 28th, which is now been almost 3 months. We're asking to hold it in contempt. Line the purge and come back to July 20th. See if you want to start working.
32,000.
Yes.
What is your order gonna say here?
Make a lump sum payment of $5,000 plus monthly arrears payment of $316 per month.
About when?
July 20th.
Well, you know, now you know what your task is, and if you don't do it, you know where you're gonna go. And you're subject to being indicted, really, with that amount. Could you?
Judge, and this was we just got it last year.
Okay,
That's what we're trying to fix every way it works.
okay, we'll see you here then. Okay. That it? That concludes your docket? Mr. Stevens, does that conclude your docket? Okay. Okay, we'll go to the DVO docket. Martin versus Roten. Martin versus Roten. Are you Kerry Wayne Roten? You're Charlie Graves Martin. Where is Kerry Wayne Roten? Yeah. You have an EPO in place now? Okay. Have you checked on him lately to see what his condition is? They took him out of here on a gurney earlier. He was back here in custody and had chest pain. So. What do you want to have this to a permanent DVO? He's violated this, what the deal is. So he's violated an EPO and there hadn't been an DVO in it.
And one of the
I'm going to extend the EPO. You appeared for hearing and he left here on a gurney. So I'm going to continue this until July 20th, but keep in place the EPO. If there are any violations of EPO, we report it to police officers and they'll come immediately. Okay. Thank you very much. Civil docket. Vanderbilt Mortgage and Finance versus David Buck. This is a motion for default judgment. It appears to be in order. I'll take it under advisement. You'll take a look at this here. Gall versus Gall. For warning order attorney's fees. Is that correct? You have it blank here. $214.78. We used to put within 30 days. Okay. Steenbergen versus Kentucky Cabinet. I see we have Senator Thomas on there and
Reginald Thomas, attorney for the plaintiff present, Judge.
Mary Gaines Locke, attorney for the defendant, Your Honor.
Is this Miss Steenbergen present here? She's present in the courtroom.
Yes, she is.
Okay, what do we have here?
Judge, this is two parts. One is my motion to amend my original petition for mandamus and add other counts to it. And secondly, for a request for another writ, Judge, ending all investigations against Ms. Steenbergen because they've all arisen out of the same transaction occurrences as the initial one. This has been piecemealed and asked that these investigations be concluded by date certain. I'm going to ask you to have that concluded within a week of this so that we can get on with any substantiations and appeals and bring this matter to closure. Let me give you some history about this, Judge Williams.
Well, wait just a second. You had various other kinds of relief. You had a motion to file an amended complaint.
Yes, I mentioned that first. Yes.
Okay, I know. Well, I want to go to them one at a time so I can follow you.
Okay.
The cabinet has no objection to that, Your Honor.
I'll enter an order, if somebody submit an order allowing amended.
I'm gonna prepare the order,
What's the next
Judge.
relief that you like?
The next release, Judge, is to terminate all investigations by date certain, so we can conclude this harassment. And essentially, actually, Judge, what you have here is a witch hunt being taken place by
Well, I don't think that I have the authority to direct the cabinet to stop all investigations. I'd like to, I just don't think I have the authority. I think that I do have the authority to make them finish an investigation in a timely manner. But there might be subsequent violations, Senator, that are brought up. So what's the problem? What is the cabinet not provided to you?
Judge, let me tell you the history of this, and let me tell you why I bring this up. And I understand your position, but let me tell you what's going on here. As you know, we were in court for an investigation that was opened up against my client in September of 2022. That by the time I came to you at the April 20th motion hour had not been resolved. By regulation, they have 45 days to complete all investigations. That's by regulation. Okay. When I came before you in April of 20, they had not completed that investigation after 7 months. You did rightfully order them to terminate that investigation by April 24th, and they did that. Okay.
I didn't order them to terminate. I told them to complete it.
They completed it. All right.
Okay. Now wait just a second. Did the Commonwealth complete it?
Yes, they completed that investigation.
Okay.
But Judge, I want you to know that after I initially filed my original petition for writ of mandamus, because you asked me why I'm here and why I'm seeking the relief I'm seeking, I want to tell you why. Okay? After I filed my original petition for writ of mandamus on March 23rd, on March 31st, they come back, Judge, and then they say, well, we don't want to investigate your allegation of requesting abuse of one child. We now want to add another child to this. So they opened up a new investigation after I first filed my original petition for writ of mandamus that still has not been concluded. Okay. Then, Judge,
let me ask you, is this amended complaint going to include that second child?
It does. It does.
Well, I just want to know that. Go continue.
Yes, sir, it does. Okay. Then, Judge, after you had submitted your writ of mandamus, your initial order, okay, and they came back, Judge, and substantiated abuse against my client, I immediately filed on April 27th a request for appeal. Judge, that request for appeal sat on their desk for over a month. I filed a letter. I sent a letter on May 9th to the general counsel for the cabinet saying, look, we want to get this appeal moving and not just sit. Okay.
Administrative appeals.
Administrative appeal. Yes. I did that 3 days, Judge, after they came back and after 3 days after they had after you had signed your order, after they then substantiated the allegation 3 days later, the next day, Judge, I filed an appeal that sat unattended, Judge, frankly, until June the 5th, June the 2nd. And I want to point that out, Judge, because I was ready to ask to add another count requesting that you order them to have an appeal. Fortunately, they did contact me on June the 2nd. I came down here on June the 5th to file my amended petition. And so I had to scurry to eliminate that. But it took them over a month to file, to give me even a pre-hearing date. In addition, Judge, after I sent my letter on May 9th saying, look, we need to give me an appellate date, then they come back, Judge, with a third investigation saying, now we think you've been seeing children. She's not allowed she's allowed to have children at her daycare at her home. She's not allowed to just be with the children, which she has not done, Judge. Now I'm open up a third investigation saying, we think you've been seeing children.
Is that in your amended complaint?
That's in my amended complaint as well, Judge. Okay. And so, Judge, what I submit to you is going on here, as I said, is a witch hunt, actions of harassment against my client. That's really all part of the same transaction occurrences which led to the initial investigation back in September.
Okay, your appeal is administrative appeal is being processed now.
Yes, but I won't have my first pre-hearing conference judge now until June 29th. More than 2 months after you asked them to stop the initial investigation, complete the initial investigation. So I submit to you, Judge, if you just look at the timeline again, and you look at why they're doing these investigations, it's just one harassment after another harassment after.
That could be, or it could be that they have valid reasons to open other investigations. I don't know. Now, what's counsel for the cabinet have to say?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that in the course of the first investigation was when we found about the allegations in the second investigation.
And
so
the
that's
third.
why the second
And the third.
investigation is open. I don't know anything about the third investigation, Your Honor. I'm guessing that may have to do with OIG, the Inspector General's office, who does things about daycares and that kind of thing, because I'm not aware of that investigation. But I don't have any objection to you entering a date certain for them to have the other investigation complete, the second investigation.
Let's get it clear here what we're ordering. The second investigation, we both agree on what that is. The Senator, what is the third investigation without naming someone? Is it done by the cabinet or by the Attorney General's office, or who's doing that?
No, this is being done by the cabinet as well. This is all coming out of the OIG office. This is not coming from DRCC. This is being all coming out of the OIG office. Okay. As I said, Judge, all arising out of the same transaction occurrences. This third investigation, which Judge they initiated on May the 9th, now says that they believe that she has been taking care of children. Okay.
It's like, are you aware?
That's gonna be an Inspector General. I mean, yes, that's gonna be the OIG's office. That investigation.
That's what I said.
Maybe I'm confused about why we're even here, because I thought we were here over the cabinet's abuse or neglect allegations, which protection and permanency would do. That's my understanding about why we're here. That's why I'm confused about Mr. Thomas talking
I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused too.
I do not have any problem with you ordering the cabinet to finish their investigation of the second referral, second investigation by date. So as long as
the first one is on appeal, your determination on the first one's on appeal. The second one, we can give a date certain to be finished. And now the third one you claim is by a different agency other than the cabinet, right?
She's saying that, Judge.
Let her say, hold on, let her say what she said.
I don't know anything about third investigation that the protection and permanency is doing. The Inspector General, I don't know about any of their investigations.
Okay, Mr. Thomas,
they're generally involved with any investigation of abuse or neglect that the cabinet has, but the issue of whether or not Ms. Steenbergen is present in the presence of the children, those kind, or is alone.
Wait, I'm interested. The OIG is located in the cabinet.
The OIG, Judge Williams, is located in the cabinet. And
I'm asking counsel for the cabinet to respond to this. Okay.
They probably are, Judge. I've just never had any dealings. I mean, they're not generally who I represent. I mean, I can find out if they are.
Well, you represent the cabinet.
I do.
If they're in the cabinet, then you represent them. Also, I'm sure there's a fire. Wait a second. I'm sure there's a firewall built there for usually Inspector General agencies that are within the cabinet usually have a firewall because they do internal investigations too. But I would like for you to inquire from them what actually they're doing to the senator's client here as far as that investigation, and maybe to determine if they need to be named separately in the amended complaint if you're claiming they're not the same entity that you are.
Well, no, I do think they're the same agency. I think they're probably represented by the attorneys that are in our Frankfurt office, though, as opposed to the regional attorneys, because generally I only represent like family support, protection, and permanency.
Well, then you need to contact those attorneys up there.
I can do that.
And then I will do an injunction. I'll give relief to make sure they complete a mandamus, rather, to make sure they complete their inspection or their investigation within a timely manner. And further, that they should not enter any additional investigations until they get clearance of the court on the thing. And I'm available 24/7 if they have an emergency or anything. But I think that.
Thank you, Judge Williams. Thank you.
I think you have three things going on, but I don't believe that I can terminate anything because there could be validity to these investigations. So complaint number one is on the appeal process. Complaint number two will be done, let's say, within 45 days of today. Is that?
No, Judge, that opened on March 31st. So the 45 days on the second one has passed. They opened up the second one, as I said, 8 days after I filed my original.
How much time do you want to give them? 30 days from today?
No, I want them to done now, just the 45
Well,
days.
it's not going to be done now. I want to give them a reason because I don't know where they are in the investigation. How many days, counsel, do you think the cabinet will need to do the second one?
I'm gonna say 30 days, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'm going to do it 20, just to say.
Okay,
I'm going to
that's
do
fine.
20 days, and then I will make the same determination by the Office of Inspector General. Since y'all are separate agencies, it shouldn't be tying everybody else up. So we'll have it done within 20 days. And then you can appear here on July the 20th. You'll complete it by that day, and Senator, that'll give you enough time to get back in front of me on my next rule day if they haven't complied there, to see what we might need to do.
I would be glad to appear, Judge Williams, on July the 20th. This is causing my client a great deal of anxiety, and frustration, and this harassment has got to stop.
Well,
I would be glad to be back on July
3
20th.
investigations, 2 of them done by the cabinet, 1 by the OAG. The second one by the cabinet and the OIG will be done within 20 days and report to counsel for Ms. Steenberger. And then if that's not satisfactory at that point, if there's anything subsequent to that happens that interferes with your client's ability to operate, then you come back before me on the 20th. And you don't have to come back on the 20th if they comply with these things, and you go ahead and start the appellate process. Once the appeals get finished, I don't know whether once the appellate process, I don't know. Do you go to Franklin Circuit to take?
No, I can come back to you, Judge, under the change in the legislature.
Wingate would have an opportunity to participate. It wouldn't be as far a drive.
No, that's all right, Judge Williams. You know I know you real well, and I have a lot of respect for you. So if there is an appeal, we will come back to you.
Okay, well, cabinet will draw the order and get it to the senator as soon as you can, and I'll enter the order. Okay,
Your Honor, I thought the senator was gonna prepare the order. It doesn't matter.
Well, let him, Senator, you prepare the order.
Okay. Can I be specific, Judge?
And then on the second and third complaints, the OIG and the cabinet each will be given 20 days from today to complete the complaint, get the report to you. Okay.
20 days from today.
And then there shall not be any other investigations of this organization without noticing the court and getting prior approval. And I don't expect a long notice. If there's an emergency situation, we will waive the notice situation on the thing. I don't think anybody would want to do that if there was something that rose there, but they need, I tell you, with 3 investigations going on and the way this sequence out, they're going to need to be ready when they come here to see how they're going to continue. And if I were a poker player, I'd call that string betting, but since y'all aren't, you don't know what string betting is. So, well, thank y'all very much.
I appreciate that. And just for your record, I can put 20 days from today's date.
20 days from today's date.
Okay, I will
complete the entry because it might take you a day or 2 to get it, but 20 days from today's date, they shall complete investigation number 2.
I will do the math.
And then we'll be finished until you go up through the appellate process. Okay.
I think.
Okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Williams versus Miles. Okay. Get your order prepared. That's the most important part. Works like that. See if I've got this everywhere. I think I did. Pedigo versus Pedigo. Let me have that Pedigo versus Pedigo file. Whoa.
And with that problem, mentioned, I was looking at this money report in this case, back in early May, I think I laid it out in a motion that I sent letters, hadn't heard, so it was a motion to compel. Did hear from Ms. Katz yesterday. She spoke on the phone, so hoping that we can, arrange time for me to speak to the child and with her. It's my understanding from speaking to her, though, I think that I don't think she necessarily objects to my suggestion I live for description, but it's, I think the bigger issue is actually a time sharing issue because the child is reaching school age. So my suggestion would be if they're both on the record saying that they're okay, defaulting back to where they were. That way the crossing POs can go away. There's a lot of cross everything. The cabinet has a lot of cross referral. There are cross EPOs. There's a lot of back and forth. Frankly, I think that they probably would benefit from a parenting coordinator more than anything. But I guess I will defer to them as to whether they feel like we need to have an actual hearing after I've spoken with Ms. Katz and the child, or if we're okay to be done with that part of it.
Well, you come over here. You tell me what exactly you want Ms. Katz to do.
Well, Judge, my suggestion would be, as of now, just because I had spoken to Mr. Pettigo, but not Ms. Katz, was that I think the court had entered restrictions on his time sharing. So that he was only getting supervised at his mother's for a very short period of time. I think they actually are week on their schedule. So my suggestion, I didn't find anything that was concerning when I spoke with him, especially any more so than on the other side. As I said, there's a lot of back and forth with these people. Neither of them have clean hands. But I don't think either of them rises to the level for stuff.
The cabinet is involved and is aware of the
Not current.
allegation.
The cabinet is not currently involved in saying that there have been prior referrals against each other.
Yeah.
So there are the cross EPOs that still seem to be pending. I frankly didn't find this to hold much merit. So I'm not sure that those even need to stand with the court. I think everything was transferred here, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, yeah.
So, and so I think that leaves us just with the CI action. And I think that we're in the middle of summer, but we thought is still appropriate. As I said, my conversation with her, I got the impression the only concern that Ms. Katz had was once school starts back up.
Okay, let's handle that now. Let's talk about school starting back up. What do you envision happening when school starts back up?
The week on, week off works great during the summer, when school starts back. I had asked previously if we could have, him get her on Friday afternoons till Sunday through weekends out of the month. That way I still have one weekend to spend with her, but she is in school and I don't get to see her all day.
Yeah. Is that agreeable to you? Is that agreeable to you, sir?
I would like to have every weekend, if you get every week.
Well, you know, children need some weekends at their primary home.
Which I might suggest extending them out to Monday morning. If he delivers the child to school Monday morning. I mean, obviously, if we have an issue with timeliness, that.
Yeah, I'm not much for that, just to tell you the truth, because I think children need to be wherever they're to get ready and look at the schedule and clean them up and make sure everything's going on all right. I think that as long as you have a week on, week off during the summers, and then what are we gonna do about the holidays?
With holidays.
Yeah, well, usually Christmas is the big deal. When does your family usually have your Christmas tree and stuff? On Christmas Eve or Christmas Day?
Usually Christmas Day.
Okay, and when do you do? Christmas Day or Christmas Eve?
Well, we do it Christmas Eve and Christmas Day.
Well, okay, one of the two of you can have the child, the one child here, one child, have it on Christmas Eve up until like 9 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Day, and the other one can have it on Christmas Day from 9 and make it up the next night. Now, y'all, you know which one you'd rather be, or how old's the child now?
She's 6.
Well, Santa Claus is probably still coming, although they watch so much TV, it's hard to protect them from believing in Santa Claus, you know. Had you rather have it on Christmas Eve and Christmas morning and let him pick the child up, let's say at 10 o'clock on Christmas Day for his Christmas? Okay, is that okay with you, sir? I think that's good too. And that way Santa Claus can come at home kind of, with the full-time thing. Is there any other holidays? Father's Day, of course, Mother's Day, of course, Easter. Y'all go to church, either one of them go to church? Yeah, and so you get out about 2:00. Okay, and on 2:00 on Easter, you can pick the child up for egg hunt or something, okay? Okay, now who's gonna draw this up? Are you gonna draw it up?
Me?
Yeah,
I guess I can.
okay, why don't you draw it up? And have y'all paid anything yet? Okay, well, he had 250 each. Let's add another, we're gonna add a little bit, 250, so it'd be 500. We're gonna go to about 700. That'd be 350 each and still be cheaper than attorneys, a lot cheaper. So I want y'all to have 350 each paid within 10 days from today, okay?
And just to clarify too, would you like me to, what about over spring break?
Well, I'd say split it 50-50, fall break and spring break, or you might trade one year, one after another, fall, spring, fall. That way you can have, each of you have more time. You think it'd be better that way? Let's rotate them. But one year somebody get spring break and that other person get fall break, and next year the other one get fall break and the other get spring break.
And I think the only other thing I would typically include in an order, if he's getting 3 weekends out of the month, if there are any weekends that include a Monday or Friday holiday from school, with those 3 weekends, he gets that additional day.
That seems fair. Yeah, and on any one of your weekends, if y'all aren't available to take care of the child themselves, it would be good if you offered it to the other. At this juncture, you're not doing it maybe, but at some juncture in your life, you might move on to something where you had a conflict. But if you do, you should offer the child to the other parent on any weekend that you're not going to be able to take care of the child yourself. So not to park or somewhere, okay?
I think there's still this year current. That was when school started.
Well, school's
And my
out.
suggestion would be to lift the restrictions so that they're week on week off starting now.
Okay, that'd be good.
For the rest of the summer.
That'd be good. School is out, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, not only school out, June's half over. Can you believe it? So, okay, well, I hope that. Okay. Okay, well, I hope we continue just to build the level of trust with each other, and we can go down this road a little bit easier. Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
I don't know if we've actually done with it. I would say this is the, personal on the books.
That'd be good.
I don't know if you ever pushed the transfer, because they were following one.
I got it here. It was like, well, I didn't do a deep dive into it.
Find out whether they've been transferred here or not.
I think what it was, you said, take this custody action on the day, Warren County, and Warren County said, no, it's in here, and I don't know that the POs would, because we've never heard that the POs would.
Yeah. Find out some way I can drop them. Both of you okay with that? Okay. Okay, thank y'all very much. Got one other case on the docket. We're done. Okay.
Just for all, motions, matters, motion for all.
I recuse from that.
Okay. Which is going to mean what?
Well, there'll be another judge appointed.
And we don't know who or.
Well, I just recused recently. And the reason was Miss Thrall came to the courthouse in Burkesville and sent gifts to me. And I can't allow people to be doing that.
I heard that my client has to drive 480 miles around every time that something, so they're here.
Well, it'll be a long time before this point. Yeah.
You don't have a specific person that says, sure. I know that area was.
We're not in that same. It's an odd thing now. We got put over in a different Supreme Court district here, and so it's unclear as to who the chief regional judge is. I think Judge Alexander is the chief regional judge, and the other one it's Judge Lake. So well, at least your clients will know that nothing will happen to them today.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Thank you very much. Confidential, are the confidential hearing folks here yet? That's dismissed, right? Or settled?
There's gonna be.
Okay, and CD. And 23 AD 001, a confidential matter that was scheduled. Evidently, there's been an agreement signed on that. Okay. So we're finished here today. Okay, thank you very much.